support, more horizontal. Everybody loves Richard. Super chat, Steve. Hey, Steve. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Good seeing you on here. God bless you. So I'm trying to do this and lay a post on X. They haven't been coming out recently. There's a lot of rumors saying that they're not bringing detainees here anymore, that they moved, that they're taking detainees someplace else. I don't know if that's confirmed. I'm just saying what people are saying, rumors. I haven't looked into it, so I don't know. Thank you for streaming. You're welcome. You're welcome. The police went to Jerry's apartment today looking for him and couldn't find it, but then he went out to them and they told him that they signed a detective to the case, so I assume that.
bum bum.
Bum, bum, bum. All right. Let me post that. Someone says the movement is finally over. Said that Patricia? Was that Patricia? She's almost done. Left a gap in between. Looks like maybe for the tires to go in between, possibly. But yeah, there's almost has accomplished that area. It's strange how nobody's there. Well, I'm not going to say that nobody's here because last time I said that, Patriots got mad at me for saying it. They are setting up a table and stuff for the costumes. There is a couple people with costumes on. So I'll let you guys say that there's nobody here. I'll let you guys say that. Wendy Ward, thank you for the $5 super sticker received. Thank you very much. God bless you. Joe, what time is it here? It is 7:08. So again, most people don't even really come out until like now, 8 o'clock. So that's some of it too. People are still getting off work. Yes, liberals do work, you guys. Not every liberal's homeless or, people do work. Until Joe wrote me something first. Welcome back. Happy you and Talk with Joe are both back out of the snow. I'm happy to be out of the snow. And it's funny though, because now I'm still like, oh, it's still cold. Even though it's not nearly as cold as it was there. I don't have a big jacket on like I did there. But I'm still chilly because the wind. That's the only reason I'm really kind of a little chilly tonight, because of the wind. And then you just stand, and that's not good either. Keep up the good work, preacher. I like your style of patriotism. Thank you very much. The best thing we can do is not put on blow-up suits. Go to bed. I like the blow-up suits. Especially back at Halloween and all that. And there's playing like Mariah Carey at Halloween time. All I Want for Christmas. I like the blow-up suits. There's not as many as there was, but I like the suits. $2 super chat. I'm not sure what that is even meaning. I've seen 10s and 11s in here. I'm not sure what that's meaning right now. Give Richard $2 and you got a friend for life. You are back living in Portland? No, I'm not. Maybe one day soon, possibly. We'll see. Me and Joe are texting each other. Kind of funny. Steve Sample, thank you for $10 super chat. I appreciate that, Steve. So looks like she might be moving on onto the next portion of driveway. I don't think all these are rocks. Loud car tone music. I'm gonna mute it right quick, you guys. Please let me mute this. So. Dum 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 dum. Oh. That's what it's doing. You see the encampment growing at the trolley shelter. It's growing a little bit. Looks like there's a bed out there. Someone's sleeping in it. Maybe tomorrow I can check it out. Boom, boom. Tommy's on other beats tonight talking. All right. Let me go do something. Doom. All right, let me go do something. Boom. Maybe it is rocks. Yep. You gonna try to get the whole driveway? Maybe. It's a lot of work. A lot of work. We'll see what the agents do. Agents might come out and move them. Let's see. Oh, look who Taco Joe is talking to, you guys. Look at that.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty stuff.
Pretty nasty stuff?
Yeah. How does it feel? At times it get really close. It could be really nauseating, y'all.
I've never gotten tear gas, so I hope I'm never getting tear gas.
I don't want you to get tear gassed.
Me neither.
Okay. Don't get gassed.
I might have them.
A few more people out here. That. What's your name?
Some people call me Joe. Other people call me Taco Joe. Whatever you want to call me. What's your name?
You have a media thing?
No.
You don't have no media?
No. I just picked up a phone today and I seen people out here recording. So I decided I wanted to try it out myself for the first time.
For the first time?
And it's been like 37 minutes and I think I'm kind of enjoying it.
Okay. Some people are in my chats asking if that's IRT media.
Damn, I've been spotted.
Oh, they spotted you. All right. Well, I guess
there goes my incognito mode.
So yes, that's our IRT media.
Yeah. Everyone's not.
Smoking Sand says hello to you. Don't get bed bugs from Richard. Y'all can tell him that. Richard hasn't even talked to me, you guys. Richard don't even talk to me. He saw when I went over there, he was kind of like, hey, you proud boy, you. I might have to get his jacket on. Oh, was that an accident or what? What was that? Everybody's looking. Someone throw something? Someone throw something?
I don't know. They're looking up right where that window was shot out.
Oh, there was a window shot out?
On Saturday during the big thing.
I did not know that.
The feds shot out a window.
You're fine, you're fine.
Why don't you get off the car? See the window next to her?
Yeah.
You can kind of, it's easier to see in the daytime when the reflection, there's a big hole.
Okay.
So next to her, that's where they shot out the window. So, I don't know what happened right now. Maybe a piece fell out.
Maybe it could have been a feet.
What happened? Okay. Oh, I see that.
There might have been some glass that fell down. Right? There might have been some glass that fell down. I don't know. Oh man. Looks like it might have. Hopefully nobody got hurt.
Coming up with little skits, sometimes they're using a.
I don't know.
They're using a rubber faces.
Was it glass that fell down?
Yeah.
Was it?
They shot two guys came from there.
Oh, I
shot
see the
up
window.
And then a part of it just fell out.
That's when I just got in my face. That's where
Yes, you did. It hit you.
Yeah, I was just hopped out of my car and the whole glass came off.
Glad nobody was there. No. That's not cool. That's dangerous.
That's dangerous. That's not cool. Not cool. Again, that's kind of good that nobody was there, especially if they haven't even fixed the window. Seems like they would have fixed the window by now, like the apartment complex. So it sounds like there was a gas canister that was deployed this past Saturday night, I guess. Not sure if it was the agents that shot that. I mean, that's pretty far. It's a good 100 feet. If they shot it, I guess hit the window, broke the window. And then some of the pieces just came down. She almost has her stuff done.
My service is horrible here. I gotta figure it out tomorrow.
So Taco Joe's having problems with his service, and I'm not tonight. Imagine that. Usually you guys are all complaining about my service, and Taco Joe's having problems with his service. See, so it doesn't really matter. Phones are going to mess up at some point. But hey, at least nobody's complaining in my chat tonight. I'm thankful for that. Yeah, I don't think it can shoot that far either. But that's a good distance. I mean, that's at least 100 feet, maybe 150 feet ish. Check Cash App. Thank you, Gene, for the Cash App. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to try to do another piece of footage. Everybody's honking, showing love for protesters who are out here tonight. That's what people are doing. That's what's happening. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. There we go. So you guys can see the rocks. You guys can look at the artwork going on. That lady is covering the blue line, yes, with rocks. With the rocks. She is covering it with rocks. Terrorist, huh? All right. More people have came out. They're not in front of the building. They're more off to the side, over by the apartments. That's where people are at. So yeah, it's kind of quiet. For the most part, it is. For the most part, it is quiet.
Do you have insurance? Are you able to tell your doctor about that?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
One of my doctors was like, everyone gets that. I'm like, really? I don't know everyone that gets that. But I talked to my brother Saturday.
And if he doesn't find a way to show him we'll be free, we can't have it.
Just good that, you know, someone knows about it at least.
Yeah, no, I've gotten, what's that shit called? The extraordinary deal.
Yeah, EKG or
they just don't find these things when they just have a heart attack and die. But no, so like, what was the question? Being in the gas?
yeah, like does it affect like any other exposed skin other than your face? Because I mean, like, even like with all I had was an N95, and it like burned my cheeks and like behind my ear, like kind of just the sensitive skin on your face more than just like my eyes and nose and mouth, you know.
I think I got lucky because like I wear like a full face mask, like kind of like wear glasses, so I got lucky there.
$5 super chat. Let me see who this is. $5 super chat. F the BS 1776. Look at what they did to Tommy with rocks. These little bastards might be signaling something. I don't know. It's a possibility, right? Anything's a possibility. They could be doing exactly what you said. I do not know. One guy earlier said that it wasn't to cause damage to the tires, according to what he said. Dang. Someone's over playing a violin right now. That is the man that hit a lady back in, I want to say November-ish, October. Street, you were insane.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelled the elderberries.
You'll be popular for the first time in your life. Enjoy it.
So yeah, the person just threw something at the gate. Support. Should I ask him to play Mary Had a Little Lamb for us? I could ask. I don't know. Could ask. Should I ask? Please don't. You guys don't want to hear Mary Had a Little Lamb? It will hurt your ears. I don't know. Let's go see. Should I go ask? I will ask. Let's go ask. Are you playing Mary Had a Little Lamb?
Yeah, it was, but my bridge is a little too short. My bridge snapped earlier.
Can you do it without the bridge?
Oh no, this is the bridge right here. You have to have the bridge to make it play. See, the bridge is low, so it's getting in the way of this one. See, like if I press it down.
So it won't. It won't go off. It won't play.
Yeah, but I can play it.
Okay, try it.
I can play it in a different key though.
I know.
Yeah, like if I do it this way. Is there a plan?
Can you? That's pretty good. Can you play any rock music? Like any rock music?
Oh, no, I'm just learning Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Oh, I was gonna ask.
Just started like a month ago.
Oh, you did? Pretty
Yeah.
good. I was going to ask you if you could play "Dude Looks Like Lady" by Bon Jovi.
It's actually not by John Jovi.
Oh, it's not Bon Jovi?
Nope.
Aerosmith. That's right. I knew I was off. Well, that's pretty good for minus that bridge thing that you're missing.
Yeah, well, it's there. It's just a little
It's just
lower
messed up?
cut.
More people have showed up out here. I don't need sleep. It was I thought it was Bon Jovi, you guys. Come on. I thought it was Bon Jovi. I thought it was Bon Jovi. He corrected me and said it was Aerosmith, okay? They got a lot of rocks out there, though. So that's going to be interesting to see the agents come out. Okay, so what, you guys? It was Aerosmith. Sorry, don't school me. I was close, right? Wasn't I close? A for trying, A for effort. I said, dude, I asked him to play. I said, can you play Bon Jovi? Dude Looks Like a Lady. He corrected me and said it was Aerosmith. I was close, okay? I was close. I tried. He's only been playing for a month. They're stealing all the rocks from over at those place where those poles are at. I gotta go ask for Tim Media. He might know.
It accelerates it, that brings everybody out.
Pretend. Are those poles new? Where the police things are at?
No.
They're not?
No, those folks have got that.
Okay, I'm like,
Yeah, you don't really notice that. Is that police tape on there?
you said what?
Is that police tape?
Yeah, police tape.
Wonder why.
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. That's why I thought they were new or something.
I mean, why
Yeah. So they've been there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So Pretend says they've been there. The poles. It's warmed up a little bit, not as cold as it was. Not as cold as it was. The wind isn't blowing. Again, more people came out. More people have gathered out here this evening. Devil went down to Georgia. It's kind of quiet down here tonight. Sino, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you so much for the Cash App. God bless you. Quincy was a DJ. Yes, I was a DJ. Yes, I was a DJ. That's your DJ. Oh, he just ollied on the skateboard with the costume on, you guys. That's great. Yeah, IRT's over here in his own little world, right there. There he is. You got ollie again, man. Ollie again. Yeah, see? Yeah, RT's having problems with his cell service tonight, you guys. He's buffering. Hi, Preacher, I was so proud of you last night. Listening to those liars in Pam's space was a bit too much. Oh, it's all right. BCP, do you ever talk to Anthony? I haven't spoke to Anthony in a while. Am I related to IRT? Let's see.
Get away from the door.
Let's see.
Get the fuck away from the door.
Same complexion. Same complexion, but we're not related. No, we're not related. Quincy switched his phones with Joe at lunch. Thanks, you guys. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. That's clown on Quincy with the live stream buffering. I get it. Ha ha. We got jokes. Got jokes. Lori, thank you for the Venmo. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Lori. almost halfway, a little over a quarter, almost to halfway, you guys. Trying to fill up the green bar up in your right-hand corner. Crowdfunding for this trip down here to Portland. This should cover it. And I have the crowdfunding because it's more instant. Super chats come later in weeks, so it's not as instant, so I can't actually pay for the stuff that I'm currently having to pay for, gas and food and car rental. I can't pay for it with super chats right at the moment. So with the crowdfunding, it helps me to be able to do it right now. So appreciate it, you guys. Thank you very much. Again, if you're just tuning in, also please like, subscribe, and share. At a little bit earlier, I was about 150 people away from having 20,000 subscribers, which is always an accomplishment. Each 1,000, each 5,000, each 10,000 is accomplishment. So thank you. And yes, super chats do take 30%. That is correct. They are trying to cover the blue line. Comes more costumes. Got a pig out here tonight. Pig and unicorn. Look at that. I haven't seen that one. Probably trying to keep warm running around.
Yeah, sometimes you'll feel, so we saw that middle floor, we saw the light turn on for like 1 second, turn back off. It's like 1 second.
Stuff is not posting on X. So why is it not posting? Try something else. There it went. $20 super chat. The Angry Oregonian seems you beat Pam Tifa to PDX. Yeah, I think I did. Thank you, Angry Oregonian. Yeah, I haven't seen her yet tonight. I'm sure she'll be looking for me once she arrives in P-Town from her location. Wow. I told you, bro. I told you. Oh, man. You're on 160 subscribers away from 20K. Let's make it happen. And let's push it past that. Let's keep it going. Like, subscribe, share, you guys. Thank you. I don't see no agents out there in the back yet. I'm sure they'll come out at some point, but not right now. right, got us a couple of super chats. Sorry, guys. I was tweeting something. Right side up, VT. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you. God bless you. I had a $5 one, missed it. Sorry.
Are you that guy they call preacher, dude?
What's up?
Are you the preacher?
I am the guy that called. Yeah.
My chat keeps telling me that you're to my left of me.
Really?
If I know you, I say, man, I've never met the guy before.
Okay. Are you still having problems?
No.
Okay.
I switched over to 4LT. I'm a sailor.
You got something to do that.
Huh?
Yeah, I've heard about that. I don't know how to do it, so yeah, you have to show me later. So I just turned my Wi-Fi off.
So why are you doing the iPhone?
I've heard people tell me to do that, and I'm like, I don't know.
So we're going to settle it. Roaming. And then right here, voice data.
Okay. I'll have to look at it on mine, because you have that forbidden fruit phone. All right, people are gathering outside here. Let me find that $5 super chat so I can read it. I'm sorry, I was tweeting something. I was doing a tweeter. Laura G313 says the screechy Mary had a little lamb will be ringing in my ears like tonight when I go to sleep. Well, that's good, because when I was in Minneapolis, I had car horns and whistles ringing in my ears at night. So at least you have something a little bit better than car horns and whistles. That's what I had in my ears in Minneapolis. I don't know how long I'll stay out here tonight, you guys. I'm sure at some point agents will come out to clear the rocks. I don't know which way the wind is blowing, but I'm sure that will happen. It's a touchy subject when they hear God. Yes, it is a very touchy subject when they hear God. Am I the only patriot out here tonight? Maybe not. There's possibly some others around watching and looking. Stay safe, brother. Appreciate it. Curious to see if they disregard the lower judge orders to not use gas. Yeah, I heard about that. We will see if they do that. Judge has no say on what they use. Starting to dance. They have music over there in the costume, so they're starting to dance. Probably stay warm. I don't know. But they're over there trying to boogie. Boogie. The windows came back. There's rocks along the driveway right there at the bottom of the driveway. You guys can see rocks that they've been placing for the past 45 minutes. Last half hour to 45 minutes, they've been placing rocks along the blue line that says "Do not block." 8 o'clock, you guys. 8 o'clock. More people are out than there was earlier. Earlier when we got here, there was about 5 people. In the vicinity, there was probably about maybe 30-ish in the vicinity. That number has increased. Not by much, but it still has increased. Nothing like a cross-country stream. Yeah. Yeah, they've been getting rocks from over by the railroad track area, the trolley tracks. It's an out-of-commission trolley track. I don't believe it still works. Maybe it works during Christmas time. I heard it works during Christmas time, so maybe it does. I'd have to confirm that. More honking, of course. Yes, there are people sleeping on the trolley bench. Yes, there is. Until the police come and clear that out. There's no signs up saying that they're going to clear it out, so that'll probably be a while. Yeah, there hasn't been a trolley here a long time, but there's a few new people that I've never seen. The trolley doesn't come because of the protesters. I don't know if that's true or not. Probably is, but I don't know. We all know they poop at Chandler's. Yeah, that's the rumor. That's the rumor.
Cold?
A little bit.
What?
I know. It is warm.
This is like summer.
It's like summer in comparison, right? Yeah.
Summer compared to Minneapolis.
Yes, I know. It's the wind. It's the wind. A little bit of the breeze.
This is the coastal.
The marine atmosphere. I'm not that tall, Chris. I'm not that tall. Him who, how you doing, man? Go take Joe to Chandler's. Joe does want to go to Chandler's. I'll show him. Yeah, I'll be down here for a few. So Chicago got wind. Well, Chicago is the windy city, y'all. So yeah, Chicago do get wind. It does have wind. Try to get another thing posted on X, but it's taking its time. Taking its time. Buy me a root beer float. I can add that in just a moment. Let me see what it is. Try to do this. Okay, there it is. Let me look at my PayPal. Wait until bear hits a loose rock. Ooh, that will not be good. That won't be good. I think they plan on using those stones as weapons, and or they are doing some sort of witchcraft. Stay prayed up. God bless you, BCP. Thank you for that $50 PayPal, Carolyn. Thank you very much. God bless you. Well, it took out a few. I mean, almost halfway, you guys. Almost halfway. Look at that. Susan, thank you for the Cash App. Belisa, thank you for the Cash App as well. Thank you and God bless. The Portland Fund, thank you, Charles. Thank you guys so much. 20, 15, 25, thank you. Look at that. We are like 30 away from halfway. About 400 more to go. We'll cover everything. I'm trying to get some stuff posted on Twitter, which is why I've kind of been a little bit quiet. X is a fast moving machine, guys. It stays going. It's still not posted. It's taking forever to post. Yeah, the rumor is that Jake is just going back to Minnesota. He's actually there. He's actually there right now. Alright, so now you guys know what the horns mean when you honk. You gotta say F ice. I'm not saying it. Would you guys like to see Jake Lang here in Portland? Honk for Trump. You guys want Jake here? Your post posted. It did? Okay. Might get attacked. Yes, Jake is a good guy. Beep, 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 beep. Told you. On cue, you guys. On cue. BC is your name on Zelle. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes and yes. Lord G. Yeah. Or you can just the BC Preacher at gmail.com. But yeah. Unless you made another one other than the rock one. Yeah, there is another one trying to... Yeah, there is another one that should be trying to come through. It's related to the rock one, so I did just record it, retweeted it with a new video. But yeah, it's not posting yet. I could not tell. I can't tell which way the wind is blowing. Oh, okay, I see it. I know which way it's blowing. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb. You guys remember when the channel, one of the news stations came out here and did a 24-hour stream to try to prove to the world or show the world that it was nothing happening? When it calmed down, when it was like this, I think they did it then. Yeet, yeet. I'm getting video and editing. So I'm kind of quiet, you guys, sorry. I gotta get Mary Had a Little Lamb up as well. What's up, man?
See this?
What is that?
Jamal.
We're at. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right.
We'll look it up. See if it's...
Yep. You guys think the summer will be spicy? How do you guys think the summer will be? What's y'all's opinion on the summer? That everybody always calls it a summer love. Is it going to be lovely? Will the summer be lovely? Or how will the summer be? How will the summer be? Trump is adjusting his his mass deportation policy. Yes, he is. I believe so. I think he is adjusting it, in my opinion. Spicy summer indeed. Toxic love. That's a good, man, I like that. That's a new name for summer of love. Toxic love. I like that. I think summer will be spicy. Summer's going to be spicy. Summer's going to be messy. What's your guys' what was that? I have no clue what she was saying. I think it'll be wacky. So what's your thoughts on this, you guys? Because everybody keeps talking. We've been talking for 5-6 years about this particular topic. The topic is Civil War. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you think they're trying to aim for that? And if you do think they're trying to do that, who do you think is trying to do it? Is it the left? Is it the right? Is it both sides? What is the... Are people shooting for a civil war? Do they want a civil war? Who's behind it? Are both sides behind it? Is it just one side behind it? What's your guys' thoughts? Because it's been a topic for quite a long time. Douglas, thank you very much for the Venmo. Thank you for the Venmo. Got that, made it halfway with that 10 cents, I'm telling you. That's awesome. Halfway there, look at that, you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. %, halfway there. So it's either globalist or another country. Okay. I believe if other countries can make us implode on ourselves, they can take over. True, good point. I think the only way is if we lose the midterms and they impeach Trump. Why or how could they impeach Trump? Haven't we already gone through this whole impeachment thing and he's beat it? So how are they going to impeach him now if they've already done it or tried? The left thinks we are already in it. The right is asleep. I believe the right is asleep as well. I believe the right has been asleep for a long time. A very long time. Insurrection act before it gets that bad. I believe it's a holy war as well. I don't believe we're in a holy war in America whatsoever. I personally don't believe that. I don't believe that whatsoever, that we're in a holy war here in America. It's not a holy nation, so I don't think we're in a holy war. What else? Victims of communism, paper money, systems talk like this, or the right too busy working and afraid to go to jail. I think that has something to do with it as well. Definitely. Ooh, that's a long one. The left is in a deep. I can't read that right now. Was the shift change? Was that shift change? The bear walked up and the unicorn left. Was that shift change? I don't know. Impeachment will not happen. Left has already lost. Good versus evil for sure. No agents have came out, you guys. They'll be wasting more tax dollars and still not impeach Trump. I believe more people need Jesus.
Hello,
in their
everyone.
life.
I'm the
Amen.
Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
Did the unicorn go
And
to
good evening, folks. It's
Chandler's
Enforcer
or
Matt,
to
and welcome back to
I
day
don't know where the
1442
unicorn
of the
went.
War News Stream. And tonight we have more big news. We've seen that U.S. forces have begun a final massive deployment to attack Iran in the Middle East. We've
How many
also
months
seen
has
that
this
Ukraine
protest
has
been going
slammed
on?
Russian
This
border
protest has
regions
been going
yet
on since
again
June
for a
of
second day in a row.
2025.
And also, Estonia has taken a very large step of detaining a major ship en route to Russia
June of
suspected of
2025, that's how
smuggling.
long
So
this
we have
protest
very
has been
big news
going on.
tonight, and
That's
it's
when
good
it
to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24
Stuff
hours
stinks
of
so
news
much.
from around the world as we
So
have been able to get
demonic.
significant developments from most every corner of the world today, including the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, East Asia, and also the United States of America. As we have been able to see major developments, particularly within the Middle East,
Sage.
as the Islamic Republic of Iran walked away from talks this morning, then rejoined the talks, then walked away from them again. And now at the moment, we believe that there might be talks happening at 10 a.m. on Friday in Muscat, Oman. But we're still not incredibly sure on that, because there is still the chance that they could walk away. We're not entirely sure yet, but we are waiting to see what kind of future developments will be had in the diplomatic realm on that current situation. In the meantime, the largest force deployments that we have seen in any given period of time so far were conducted today by U.S. Armed Forces and that of the U.S. Air Force, with the tempo of operations being so high that Spangdahlem Air Base within Germany has now been moved to a 24/7 rotational flight hour period, meaning that the airbase is operational at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until the unforeseeable future, to allow for the large volume of flights to be able to make their way into the Middle East with absolutely no stoppage of those flights for nighttime hours. Additionally, we have also seen that within the Middle East, there has been a significant amount of pressure by the Israelis to begin preemptive strikes now, although the United States is asking them, largely begging them, to wait because there might be an attempt or a chance to strike up one of those delicious deals that the U.S. can never try and let go, even if there's never a possibility of that actually happening. We have also been able to see that the U.S. tanker that was threatened by the Iranians within the Strait of Hormuz did make it to the Bahrain Naval Station today, and at the same time, we also were able to confirm that the Iranians are trying to arrange for their allies within the region, specifically their proxy forces, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, to be able to try and conduct whatever damage they possibly could muster during the time of a possible U.S. attack on their country, with the Houthis heavily believed to possibly start the beginning of new attacks on commercial shipping within the southern Red Sea once the United States starts their bombing operations on Iran. We've already seen that the U.S. Air Force was active today over central Syria, near to the area of the Euphrates River, most likely to conduct operations against ISIS, although we have not heard any official or public statements on that at the moment. We do have the video, which does confirm that there were U.S. Air Force operations within that area today. Meanwhile, we have also been able to confirm that there has been some other major developments and also force deployments by the United States, including the arrival of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the United States Army within the United Kingdom. We've also been able to confirm that within the Republic of France, 2 Chinese nationals have been arrested for possible spying for the People's Republic of China on French strategic infrastructure and also sensitive military sites within the Republic of France. Further on in Estonia, we have also been able to see that a vessel largely crewed by Russians has been stopped and seized today by Estonian authorities right outside of Russian waters to conduct an inspection for what is believed to be the transportation of contraband and sanctioned goods that are attempted to be transported out of the Russian Federation for sale on the international market. The Russian Federation has also reiterated today that to achieve a peace in Ukraine, because the Russians do love peace, all that the West has to do, including the United States of America, is get the Ukrainians to bend their knees so far down that they break it and basically admit to an unconditional surrender. And that is the only way that the Russian Federation, according to an official statement today, will accept a surrender by the state of Ukraine to the Russian Federation. Is an absolute unconditional surrender where Russia will be able to lay out the terms after the surrender has been made. It still seems that the Russians are not really in a great position to be conducting these sorts of threats, or generally these sorts of statements, as we did see that a train today, within the Tambov Oblast, appears to have had a rapid disassembly, and possibly may have caught on fire. We'll make sure to show you all that footage later. It was near nuclear. We also saw that there were attacks being conducted on Rostov-on-Don, as well as in Belgrade, as all of the border oblasts have been slammed again by another major Ukrainian drone attack, and we've also seen a major wave of Ukrainian drones flying into the Russian Don. We're still waiting for any sort of damage reports to come out of that region. All we can confirm so far is that drones have been seen over the area of the city of Rostov-on-Don. Additionally, the Russian Federation lost power in the far eastern city of Chita, which is within the area of Siberia, and we have also been able to see that the Iranians are continuing to conduct further flights into China, specifically to the city of Urumqi, to be able to try and get some military aid and support before the United States starts to bomb them, because peace talks are inevitably going to fail, because the Islamic Republic of Iran does not legitimately engage in peace talks. They are simply buying time, as we all know. Additionally, the Ukrainian armed forces have been able to inflict a significantly high number of casualties onto the Russian armed forces today, and generally stop every frontline advance on their main lines. We have also been able to see that within the United States of America, the George H.W. Bush has now been declared to be underway to the area of the Eastern Mediterranean to join CENTCOM's area of responsibility for military actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we have also been able to hear some additional statements out of the United States of America today, some of them incredibly interesting. We have a significant amount of news that we have to cover tonight. And of course, folks, as tradition dictates, we are going to be starting with our largest story first, and then working our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. I gotta say, folks, today is a day that is chock full of news, and we'll be trying our best to make sure to get all of our biggest stories at the forefront, but we are going to be in the Middle East for quite a while. There are a lot of major developments that have happened there today, and while we do have some fairly significant developments out of Europe and also inside the war in Ukraine and out of the United States, the Middle Eastern situation is the most pressing one at the moment in terms of its relevance to global foreign policy developments. So moving us on and directly into the Middle East, it is time to go over the diplomatic developments that have happened today that has led to the major U.S. force deployments that are still ongoing right now within the Middle East. I have to tell y'all up front that earlier today we put out a short war video, and that short war video stated that the United States of America had just seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran walked from peace talks, and the talks had collapsed before peace talks had even begun. When that video was being recorded, and right when it was uploaded, that information was true. 3 minutes later, it was then put out by Abbas Araghchi, who is the foreign minister of Iran, that they are actually going to be restarting talks. Then 30 minutes after that, U.S. officials came out and stated that there were going to be no talks at all, and the situation was incredibly strenuous. And then after that, U.S. officials said they were going to engage in talks at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, well, not 10 a.m. Eastern Time, but 10 a.m. local time, in Muscat, Oman on Friday. So right now, I do have to say that based off of the 5 different stories that we have heard, after the initial main story that we had this morning, the situation is incredibly confused, as we all knew it would end up becoming. But we will make sure to try and break that down the best we can and tell you all the actual sequence of events and what we think is going on right now outside of all of the confusion. So moving us on into the Islamic Republic of Iran, it's time to start y'all with the big news that was given today, that the United States was approached by the Iranian delegation before the talks were supposed to happen this Friday in Istanbul, Turkey. And the Iranian delegation had stated that they demanded that the diplomatic talks not be held in Istanbul, Turkey, they be held in Muscat inside of Oman, or Oman, which is the capital of Oman, and that they would only discuss the nuclear issue. To let y'all know what the U.S. delegation was going to be talking about with the Iranians, to make this clear how insane of a demand this was, the Islamic Republic of Iran had already agreed prior for these talks to even be planned that they were going to talk about nuclear weapons development and technology, as well as missile development in the form of ICBMs and IRBMs, and they were also going to talk about possibly stopping funding to all proxy groups within the Middle East, including al-Nusra, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, among many others. Today, they completely flipped all of that on their head. They refused to go and talk in Istanbul in Turkey. They demanded that the venue be changed to Muscat in Oman, and then they stated that they were not going to be talking about 2 out of those 3 major topics, and they would only talk about the nuclear technology topic. The U.S. then responded that it was this or nothing, meaning that they were either going to talk about all 3 topics and talk about it in Istanbul in Turkey, or they could just walk. And then the Iranians responded, okay, then nothing. Quite literally, word for word, what they said, and then just basically walked away from the talks entirely. That was the situation that we had earlier this morning. This is actually the situation that our shorter video was specifically speaking of, was this diplomatic development right here, to where the talks literally collapsed before anyone had even started to talk. And this is something that usually doesn't happen often. This pretty much shows us that there will be no leeway made in any talks that are made with the Iranians, because the Iranians are going to be that dog-headed to agree to a location first off in Istanbul, and then try and change that afterwards in Muscat, and just the location alone is enough to make them walk off if they can't get what they want, and if they also cannot talk about only one specific topic. And this shows us that the Iranians have no actual intent of wanting to conduct any legitimate negotiations with the United States. Further details.
Also, it's like who cares about the location unless the Iranian officials are scared of being kidnapped or captured or something. Maybe going to Turkey, perhaps. I'm not even really sure if that's even a legitimate fear that they could even have, because I doubt that Turkey's going to let that happen on their soil. So trying to change it to Oman, it's like what's even the point other than simply to stall for time, cause issues, and try to sabotage the talks? There's no legitimate reason to want to change locations.
And there also was no legitimate reason to refuse to talk about 3 of the topics that they had already agreed that they were going to talk about when the talks were originally being planned and scheduled just a day or 2 ago. This whole thing was to generally spit in the face of the United States and make it incredibly clear they're viewing these talks as a joke. For some reason, the U.S. administration is absolutely blind to that, so they don't really pick up on that at all, much like with how the Russians do this as well. They don't pick up on this. So then the Iranians walked off. And then we were able to hear, and I find this to be one of the funniest statements ever. I think this is something that we ought to put in the history book, folks. The Secretary of State then stated the following: "I'm not sure you can reach a deal with these guys." That is the understatement of our decade right now. I think everyone kind of knew that already. I think the only people who were shocked by this is the current U.S. administration, including the Secretary of State. Because I'm pretty sure that we couldn't talk to him, and that's what we were saying on the channel when the original talks were being planned 2 days ago, and then were completely walked out of by the Iranians today before anyone had even sat down to talk about a single thing, not let alone a singular topic, much less any of them. Then moving us back into Iran, we did get some additional details to make sure that we break this down in a little bit further detail to also show all the proof here, that the Iranians did state that they were only going to be talking about the nuclear issue, not the proxy and missile development issues, and that also on top of that, they were demanding the change of venue to Oman instead of Turkey. Further on than that, we were able to hear that the Iranians did confirm that they were only going to be talking about the nuclear issue at these talks, which generally shows us, at least at the moment, that the Islamic Republic of Iran is trying to gopher hole these talks, because I'll tell you all what they're going to do with this. The Iranians have made it incredibly clear that they are not going to compromise on any sort of uranium enrichment capabilities that they have inside their country, and that is the main crux of the issue that we have with Iran right now. Nuclear research and development programs can't really go anywhere if you do not have some form of refined uranium at a weapons grade to be able to use in tests. So if they basically go for hold the talks and say, we are not giving up our enrichment capabilities, and we're also not putting any limitations on our enrichment capabilities, we are basically at a dead end in these talks. And that's exactly what they're going to do when it comes around on Friday, that these talks actually happen, if they still do. Another thing that I also had to point out is that if they say, okay, we'll limit our enrichment capabilities to 70%, which is just a little bit above the enrichment needed for fuel-grade uranium, they are going to, of course, like they did under the JCPOA, just deceive any IAEA inspectors that come into the country. They will refine 90% enriched uranium and then just transport it off into some unforeseen place in the country and generally hide it there while the inspectors are coming through. They have no actual intentions of following through with anything. I can tell you all that because we've watched them do this a year ago, and they had absolutely no intent of legitimately talking to the United States and reaching some sort of a common ground deal on this. And a lot of people are wondering, why in the world is the United States even trying to still engage in talks like this, considering how badly this is already going, and nobody's even tried to sit down yet and talk about anything. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so today has been an absolute roller coaster when it comes to the talk situation between the United States officials and the Iranian officials. It's been basically on the verge of complete collapse. Honestly, it did collapse at one point today. Based on the reports we got, it sounds like both sides had walked off, but some side, I'm not sure if it's the United States or the Iranian side, actually came back to the table and said, "Oh, actually, let's do this on Friday anyway. We're still open to it. Let's do it." And allegedly, it's still on. So we're not totally sure right now, but what do you think happens now that Iran's deciding to play hardball? 52% said the U.S. is simply wanting to talk to simply buy some more time to put assets in the region, while 29% said Iran was simply bluffing and are actually back to really talk, and 10% said the talks will happen anyway and all the other stuff is simply a lot of bluster. And I would say, generally speaking, the U.S. is buying themselves some time. You don't deploy this many assets. We said this about Venezuela as well and turned out to be correct. You don't deploy this many assets, including 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, countless fighter jets, all kinds of forces, stratotankers, all these different P-8s. I mean, you don't deploy all this stuff right here unless you mean business. You mean you're going to invade Iran, you're going to airstrike it, or something. Something is going to happen. So I'm with the 52%. They're simply trying to wait for more assets to get in the region. We're still seeing massive airlifts. Even today, we're still seeing it. This is a way larger preparation than we saw even during the Midnight Hammer preparations. This is much larger, to say the least. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that this might be to buy some time, but I'd also have to say that I'm in a bit of a mix, that the U.S. is legitimately wanting to talk, because I'm generally of the belief at this point, folks, because I don't say this lightly, but I do have a pattern recognizing brain like many normal people do. And after a year and a month of watching the administration at work around the world, there is a pattern that I've recognized over their dealings with every country. If a country comes forward and states, and no matter how much they hate the United States and everything about us, that they're willing to talk about a deal, spelled DEAL, the U.S. will stop everything and go talk to these people, no matter how insincere that attempted deal making is by the other group. They do that every single time. That has literally left us in this insane loophole cyclical cycle with Russia, to where they sit there and tell us, kiss our ass, we hate the United States, we want everyone in America to die. And then the next day they go, but we would like to make a deal, and the president is great at making deals. And then the president goes, stop the presses, send them over. And then we talk to him again. And then when we get over there, they tell us, actually, we hate America, kiss our asses, we hope you all die. And then they come back, they fly back from that deal, and then they come back here to America. And then the Russians go, well, on second thought, maybe a deal would be good. The president, steals, doesn't he? And the president goes, stop the presses, send them back over. And then we just keep doing that. We've been doing that for a year and a month with the Russians. We did that for 4 months with Venezuela before we actually went in and grabbed Maduro. And we think the only reason Maduro was grabbed is because he was dancing on stage and making fun of the United States, because he realized that he was able to exploit that loophole to basically keep it in an indefinite circle. And then once the U.S. realized that he caught on to that, that's when we went and nabbed the guy and grabbed him out of Venezuela. So I think the Iranians might have realized something similar at this point, to where they might be able to exploit that loophole to hold off strikes for as long as possible, and also buy themselves some time, while the U.S., at least for now, at least for the next few weeks, is also possibly trying to buy ourselves some time to continue to move more forces in the area, because we do know that there are still massive airlifts being conducted today. With that in mind, I can tell you all, it's highly unlikely that strikes against Iran are going to be happening this weekend. I cannot even tell you all how far off in the future it will be. And we also know that the USS George H.W. Bush is now outbound to generally the Mediterranean, and generally going to be joining CENTCOM's command. So
Yeah,
generally,
that's the big one right there. The fact that the Bush carrier strike group is still that far away, I think it's just barely left port at this point. So we're still like at least a week or a week and a half out. If they're going to wait for the Bush to show up, then we're still a pretty good ways out. It looks like they waited for the original carrier to show up, the Lincoln, but that was the first carrier to arrive on the scene. So they could hypothetically start the attacks on Iran before the Bush arrives, because I don't think you need 2 carriers to defend the region. 1 carrier would probably be sufficient. 2 carriers is simply basically insurance on top of it. So they could technically go ahead, but they might wait for the carrier.
Yeah, I would say they're probably going to wait for the carrier because the U.S.'s doctrine is to always have overwhelming superiority and firepower against enemy forces. So they probably will wait for the carrier. So I would have to be honest with you all. This is pushing any strikes on Iran back another 2 weeks at least. Oh, there it is. Another 2 weeks. Give it 2 weeks. It's probably going to be another 2 weeks because the carrier is going to take about 2 weeks to get there, or maybe a week and a half. And still, that would push it back to about 2 weeks from now, even if it arrived a little bit early. So that's what we're expecting at the moment. So we're going to be on a little bit of a lower state of alert while we're waiting for the George H.W. Bush to get over there, because nothing's going to be happening until the Bush gets over there. Because if they're going to add a carrier in, they're obviously going to want the carrier group to be there once the shooting starts, instead of having it arrive in the middle of the shooting, say a couple of days after it started. So I would have a feeling that strikes will be happening after the Bush arrives over there. But beyond that, though, I have a feeling that, at least for now, this is a bit of a mutual thing. The Iranians are trying to buy time, and the U.S. is trying to buy time. But in general, I have a feeling, because this has become a wildly prevalent thing, that the Iranians will exploit the deal maker loophole to basically just keep talks going for as long as they possibly can. And buying themselves time, some people don't really understand why that's an important thing for the Iranians. And I'll explain why. There's actually a reason behind it. If they buy themselves time, time allows for a great deal of additional variables to coalesce, at least in their favor. It does allow for U.S. forces to build up in even larger numbers if it takes a longer amount of time for this to kick off. But this also allows for Iran to try and run the circuit internationally, to go to Russia and see if Russia will provide them any material aid, such as additional weapons that they might be able to defend themselves with. This allows for them to go to talk to China and try and get the same weapon support, and maybe even have the Chinese send in a diplomatic letter to the United States trying to urge the United States to back off of conducting any operations against Iran. And that sort of a diplomatic leverage is fairly strong, at least on the Iranian side. It also allows for the Iranians to build a great deal of fear in the Gulf state nations like Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, and so on. And all of those countries have a pretty decent amount of sway with the United States because they're in the U.S. security assurance sphere. And then they all go whining to the Department of State here in the United States, oh, don't do anything to them, they're going to hit us. And then that puts pressure on the United States to possibly get them to back off. So the more time that they buy, they might be able to get themselves a little bit of a better position. They might be able to avoid the conflict entirely if they buy themselves enough time. And that's what the Iranians are trying to shoot for right now, is to prolong the diplomatic phase before the actual kinetic war phase for as long as possible, to try and see if they can get the United States under enough international pressure that they might back off and not conduct any actual armed strikes against Iran and keep it at diplomatic talks alone. And then the Iranians can tell us after that to get bent, and then we basically committed ourselves to not striking. I feel like that's highly unlikely, and the Iranians are trying to play a crapshoot at this point to see if that will succeed, because there's so many forces in this area, it's highly unlikely that we're going to just walk off without bombing them, but we'll have to wait and see how that generally goes. Still,
we're definitely seeing a ton of flights coming from China. Like, China is transporting something into Iran, because we're seeing all kinds of cargo flights showing up left and right. So it's not really clear exactly what's on board, because obviously that's not going to be something publicized. But the fact that they're about to go into a conflict with the United States, and they're going to need as many weapons as they can get to defend themselves, it seems like China is actually taking real action to arm Iran. Now, on the Russian side of things, we have seen the Russians provide some helicopters out of the blue, which was certainly timed intentionally to give the Iranians an extra advantage. But I think the Chinese are helping a little bit more. We're seeing a lot more flights happening between those two countries and Russia.
We are seeing some very significant flights. We did see another Iranian 747 of Saha Airlines returning back from Urumqi, which is in western China near the Gobi Desert. That is generally a fairly large supply area within the Western Theater Command's zone of control in western China, and we believe that the Chinese are trying to provide some form of air defense systems to the Iranians. These are incredibly large aircraft, the 747s are, especially the freighter variant, and they can carry larger air defense systems of the People's Republic of China, possibly even their newer HQ-9, which we haven't really seen in use a lot. We did hear a rumor that the Venezuelans might have had one of these, but we don't really know if that's true, and we think that that isn't true because we have never seen any proof in picture or video evidence or even satellite photography of a visible HQ-9 battery inside of Venezuela, but it does seem that they might be trying to provide these, which is basically the Chinese equivalent of the S-300 or S-400 air defense system. We think it might be a little bit more capable than the S-3 or S-400 because China does have access to a homegrown computer technology industry that's far more competent than Russia's, at least to say at a minimum. And they also generally have access to more advanced electronics globally and have a larger military budget to work with, meaning that the computer systems that actually operate these air defense missiles probably are a little bit more advanced, meaning that they might be able to eke a little bit more performance out of these compared to the Russian S-300, S-400 systems. So they might be trying to provide these to Iran, and I think that's a highly likely thing that they're sending, because if they're not sending these, any other form of material support to Iran is going to be generally useless unless if it's something that focuses on air defense. Air defense, as we saw in the 12-Day War, is Iran's weak link. It's their Achilles heel, and they have really no way to defend against aerial bombardments and attacks. Their air force was largely destroyed. A large amount of their older air defenses were also destroyed. So if they wanted a fighting chance at trying to at least throw a stone America's way in an upcoming conflict, they're going to need more advanced air defenses, and I'm sure the Chinese have realized that, and that might be why we're seeing these sorts of resupply flights being conducted from China to Iran, is to get them a new air defense system like that. But getting us back into the diplomatic developments inside of Iran really quickly before we move on into everything else going on in the periphery, the Iranians did clearly state that the missile programs are non-negotiable, just to make sure that we cover this all. And we also saw that they put out some pictures today that seemed very peaceful. They were showing off the Karam-Shahar 4, which is a medium-range ballistic missile. And we all know that that means peace. I mean, firing missiles at people is just basically a high-end fireworks show. And there's nothing that says peace better than them going around with those stupid long-brimmed baseball caps and wandering around these goofy missiles that they build that generally have a 50-50 chance of failing on launch, which we've seen multiple times on film. Also, this guy needs to get a new barber, because whatever this guy did, I think he put a bowl on this guy's head and cut right here where my mouse cursor's at, because this hair is decent. There's no taper to this fade right here at all. I mean, that's a pretty bad haircut.
Also, it looks like his hair is like made out of wax or something. It's like how's the strands of his hair so straight down like that? It looks like something you'd see on like a wax figure or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty rough. I think this is no, that's a different guy, actually, right there. This must be the guy that we were looking at originally. I gotta say, folks, the lesson for the knowing: never use the long brim baseball cap for anything. You look like one of those bass fishermen that has one of those long lines of text on their baseball hat rim or brim. Don't do that. It looks bad. But moving on out of that, and we also were able to hear that the Iranians did make a statement while they were showing off those pictures. Iran's Army Chief of Staff, seen here, who looks to be quite angry, just generally as a fact of life, has stated, "We have strengthened our deterrence power and are ready for any action by our enemies." So it appears that they're making it incredibly clear that they're getting towards generally going to war. It doesn't really sound like that's negotiating talk to me. And they also stated today, according to Mehr News, which is an Iranian news agency, that Iran's chief of staff states that Tehran has shifted its military doctrine from defensive to offensive and has embraced a strategy of asymmetric warfare, which basically means terrorism. So it appears that the Iranian statements today are kind of showing us that they don't really want to have any meaningful sorts of an attempt at peace, at least for now. And I'm wondering, folks, what are y'all thinking about this? They seem to be yapping a great deal, especially today, while they're saying that they might engage in talks in Oman. Everything else that they're saying generally is leading us to believe that they're wanting to go to war, or they're at least spoiling for a war. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? Are people thinking that the Iranians might attack us first, or are they thinking that they're going to be a little bit too scared of doing that, and they'll just hold off and wait to get bombed? And what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
So that is the question. What do you really think is the truth? Because if the U.S.-Iran talks actually collapse, which I would say at this point, the odds of these talks collapsing is, in my opinion, my personal assessment, I would say at least 90%. These talks are not on good ground right now, and they almost died today, actually. So do you believe that Iran will strike preemptively, and which targets are they going to go for? 52% do not believe that Iran will strike preemptively, and they say that Iran will wait for U.S. attacks first and then respond, while 32% said yes, Iran will strike the U.S. and Israel preemptively if they believe the talks have actually collapsed, and 9% said Iran will strike only U.S. forces preemptively. So to me, I would say that I'm not really convinced that Iran would go for a preemptive strike because usually when Iran goes for preemptive strikes, it's only when they're fighting with Israel. But in this case, though, they'll be fighting not only Israel, but also a massive amount of U.S. forces. So I don't think they're as gung ho as they make it sound like they are to really jump into this war because they know they're going to lose it and they know it's not going to go well for them. So all they have is a bunch of hot air and hot statements right now. That's all they've got. And they're using that to the extreme. I don't think they really have anything to back that up because they know that they're going to get discombobulated. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that the Iranians are going to wait for the United States to attack because it hit me, folks. It hit me on a very important topic today that we've been talking about on this channel about the Iranians conducting a preemptive strike on the United States, and it hit my little brain. Like, it bounced off of the smoothness of it today, and then it landed right on top of it, luckily, again, after it ricocheted. And it hit me, Matthew. If they preemptively attacked U.S. forces in the region, you know what that also means attached to that fact?
They're going to get hit hard.
They're attacking all of the host countries where all of these U.S. forces are based out of right now, which would turn everyone against Iran. Everyone right now who's encouraging the United States, like Saudi Arabia and others, no, don't do that. They're going to strike us with missiles. Just talk to them. Like, just try and keep it in the talks level. They would get hit. That would change their opinion overnight. They would go, no, you need to bomb them now. They hit us. It's a sovereignty issue. You have to go and bomb them.
You really think so? You think that these host countries, which are generally a little bit on the fence with Iran, you think that they get hit, that they're going to turn on Iran?
I think they would, or at least they would turn a blind eye. They might not get directly involved, but you do have to remember that these countries have invested a good bit of money in their armed forces. Like, say, for example, the most commonly looked at air base that we have in the region, Muafak Air Base. If the Iranians hit this with, say, Karamshahrs, Karamabads, and all that stuff in between, and they actually caused legitimate material damage to this location and possibly led to the deaths of several Jordanian service members on the ground, there's no way for them to really overlook that or ignore it if they actually caused real physical damage to other countries and their facilities within the Middle East. And while they might be obliterating the F-15s and the A-10s that are down here on the tarmac, or even these F-35s, they still would be causing legitimate physical damage to a sovereign holding of the Kingdom of Jordan or to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and other countries. And that really forces their hand where they either have to take belligerent action against Iran in response, or they generally have to turn a blind eye to the United States bombing Iran and then encourage the United States to bomb them to get back at them for not only striking the U.S. forces in the region, but also hitting them as nations themselves.
I don't know. I'm not totally convinced about that. Like, I do believe that these nations would want to hit Iran if they were attacked, because naturally, if your sovereignty is attacked, no matter how good of a friend you are with the country, it's going to sour the relationship. Obviously, that's common sense. But it's almost like the relationship with like a troubled child or something like that. People may understand, okay, this child is troubled. They're going to lash out. They're going to do stuff that's terrible. And some people might get hurt. But they always have a soft spot for that troubled child because they have to sort of smooth things over because they love the troubled child too much. And I think the Middle East kind of operates like that. Iran is the troubled child of the Middle East. And everybody else may say that they don't like what Iran's doing. But in reality, though, they have more in common with Iran than we truly want to give them credit for, to be perfectly honest. That's why I always doubt that these other Gulf states are actually going to back off of supporting the proxy groups if Iran falls, because I just don't buy it. I don't buy the fact that they would actually turn on Iran. I think they're also saying a bunch of hot air statements themselves. They in the background support Iran, but they don't do it boldly, so that way they can stay aligned with the United States to a certain degree.
That's possible, but I would have to say that I think that you're pretty much forcing someone's hand because it would be similar to, like, say, Pearl Harbor. Like, the U.S. was neutral in the Second World War up until December 7th of 1941, but once they attack a U.S. naval base, there's really no way to avoid joining in the war, whether you really didn't care about it or not, or whether you were even against it and really didn't want to be in a war or have a war happening around you in the first place. I think that's a fairly sort of a similar instance to what we'd be seeing in those countries, especially if the Iranians conducted a preemptive attack, because if they wanted to conduct a preemptive attack outside of striking the carrier strike group or attempting to, they would have to conduct strikes on the sovereign territory of other nations in the Middle East at this moment right now. Countries right at the moment that aren't even in support of conducting a military operation against Iran. It's a very similar position that the United States was in right at the beginning of the First World War and the Second World War. And at that point, whether the United States wanted to get involved or not, their hand was basically forced by having either U.S. citizens attacked, say on the Lusitania for the First World War, or Pearl Harbor in the Second World War.
I just think that they would know. Like, if, for example, if Iran decides to attack U.S. bases in their host countries, which may or may not be sort of neutral with Iran, like, give me an example. Which one's a good example to take here?
Saudi Arabia. That'd be a good one.
So let's just take, for example, that Iran decides to strike U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia. I'm sure that Iran would probably communicate it on back channels that they only intend to hit the U.S. bases that are hosting U.S. troops. And Saudi Arabia may not like that, but that makes it easier for them to overlook it when Iran eventually actually carries out their retaliation. So I think that it would piss off Saudi Arabia, certainly it would, but it's not going to make them actually do something against Iran, like take actual like military action against Iran. I don't think they would go that far.
It's possible. It's possible. We'll have to see. But I generally think that they are not going to conduct an attack because that would start to sour the position of the Middle Eastern nations, at least in my opinion. We'll have to see on that one, though. But outside of that, we have also been able to see that within the Islamic Republic of Iran, there was another interesting thing that happened. Another explosion in Tehran again today. Are you regulated?
This is so bad. This is so bad.
Man, you gotta say, that little thing's toasty.
That's hot.
We don't know exactly what that is, by the way, folks. We do know that it's in Tehran, but we do not know exactly what it was. So, unfortunately, we can't give you all a great deal of detail about what is on fire, but it does appear that these fires are breaking out quite a lot. And there's no way in hell that this many gas leaks are happening throughout the entirety of Iran. Gas leaks in Iran are taking the same explanation as the Russians do with Ukrainian drones and falling debris. It's pretty much the same thing. So I'd have to say, the gas has got to be leaking a lot in Iran. I hope that's not being reflected on the customers' meters, because there's a lot of excess gas being burned for absolutely no reason out there. I would tell you, if Dick Cheney saw this much gas and oil burning, he'd be crying right now. I mean, this would actually make him shed a tear. I mean, poor guy.
I tell you what, I hope it doesn't reflect on the Iranian meters, but it may reflect on the Iranian handlers, if you know what I mean. It might reflect on them a little bit.
Dude, man, honestly. Also, by the way, we were able to hear, folks, that down in Bahrain, the U.S. tanker that actually had to be escorted by, I believe it was the USS McFall, which is an Arleigh Burke destroyer, the Stena Imperative, actually did make it to Bahrain today. And I wanted to pull up Marine Tracker really quickly, folks, because, you know, we talked about this little vessel the other day. You know, we talked about it a little bit. We never showed y'all a picture of it. And I feel like we owe y'all the responsibility of showing you all the pictures of this ship, because it's not your normal tanker. You know, it's not exactly what you would think of, like, I don't know, say, what was that other one, Matthew? The one that the U.S. seized up near the Faroe Islands, the Bella One, from Russia?
Yeah.
Not really that kind of a ship, folks. It's a pretty different looking one. Let me show y'all. This was the Stena Imperative.
Now that looks like a nice one there. I would like to see what the crew quarters looks like on this thing.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I don't know what the Iranians thought, but I guess when they saw a ship passing through, an oil tanker, which has the superstructure equivalent to Jeff Bezos' private yacht, I guess that gave them the idea that this vessel might be a little bit soft. But what they don't realize is that this vessel has the indicative signs of what we call Fed money, because there's no way that you have a ship that looks this nice without having a little bit of Fed money rubbed into, say, the welds of the hull plating. Not really often that you would see something like this, just normally out there in the world. Let me show you another picture of this thing from, say, another angle. Does that really look like an oil tanker to y'all? At least the superstructure of it? No.
That thing right there, that thing truly is from Jacksonville, Florida. I mean, look at the squat this thing's got on it. This thing's like Carolina squatted. I've never seen a tanker Carolina squatted. That's crazy work.
Man, they're
also, by the
real.
way, I know why it's like that, by the way, because when they fill it up with oil at the front, it balances out. But it must be empty in that photo.
Yeah, I think it's pretty light in all of these photos because it's well above the waterline on the ship. But also, folks, take a look at this. I mean, this ship is so high class, folks, that they don't even have that giant, bold, plain font, no smoking on the superstructure. They put in cursive on it, First Class Seaborne Solutions. Does that tell y'all something? That tells me something. That tells me that if any speedboat came up with a 50 caliber machine gun and tried to take this ship, they have a hotline directly to the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force to obliterate whatever's come nearby to the ship. So I would say the Iranians kind of misjudged what ship they were trying to take, and it is in Bahrain now, so it is safe for the moment. It will probably be escorted back out of the area, considering the Iranians have already shown particular interest in the vessel. But I gotta be honest with y'all, this thing is pretty high-end looking. I haven't seen a lot of high-end tankers like this at all during the entirety of our news coverage. This was actually incredibly shocking to see. But anyways, moving on from the stint imperative, it is time for us to get on into some additional news. Getting into the actual headline of the night, we were able to confirm that there has been an unbelievably large number of flights that have been conducted today. Today's buildups within the Middle East are some of the largest in a 24-hour cycle that we have seen so far. Over the course of the period from January 15th, over 100 flights of C-17s and C-5 Galaxies have been conducted, and we have been able to see that even further flights were being conducted today, with another tremendously large amount of aircraft. All of these on flight radar were all flying in and out of the Middle East, still conducting significant airlifts. As a matter of fact, the airlifts being conducted are so large in scale that Spangdahlem Air Base within Germany has now moved to a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation tempo due to the high demand of the air base's facilities, and also the fact that we are moving forces in as rapidly as we can. This was actually, I believe, a NOTAM that was put out today for a notice to airmen about the airbase operating 24/7 and its air corridors being open for approach and takeoff vectors throughout the entirety of a 24-hour day, so that way pilots could try and divert from the area, considering that it still will be an active airbase even in the midst of the night. We've also been able to confirm that the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment of the United States Army is once again within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This is all of the helicopters that they have at their disposal, and we've already seen.
What do they have like? 20 different variants of the Little Bird? I mean, the whole fleet is Little Birds basically at the top. They got a whole like swarm of Little Birds.
Man, you know they got a little number of them. they got a couple of them. They got the MH6B, the AH6C, the MH6E, the EH6E, the AH6F, the MH6C, the MH6H, the AH6G, the AH6D Natar, the MH6 Nader, the MH6J, the AH6J, the AH6M, and also the MH6M. Just to list off the small variants.
I think they like the Little Bird. I think they do. Out of all these, though, I will say, like, I'm not usually a fan of it, but the way they fly these, like, is really impressive. The way they, like, maneuver these huge helicopters around. The Chinook, like, the Soar absolutely dominates with the Chinook. Like, those are the coolest thing. We saw that, actually, on the footage out of Venezuela. As it was going up to a building and they roped down from the helicopter. Those are highly impressive. Also, that chop sound, by the way. Those two rotors, it creates that, like, chop sound, too. I love that.
Also, by the way, I saw some people saying these are all the helicopters they have. No, these are the different variants of helicopters they have. These are not all the helicopters they have. They have about at least 4 or more of each variant of these helicopters that you're seeing right now on this display. So they have a wide variety of helicopters to use. You do have to remember, everyone, this is a regiment-sized unit. It is just a little bit smaller than a brigade-sized unit. Not by a lot, even. So this is an incredibly large unit. And what you're seeing right here is just a representation of the different classes of helicopters that are under the command of the 160th SOAR. I mean, hell, if you look at the Blackhawks even, these 7 Blackhawks that they have right here are all quite literally different variants of the Black Hawk that they operate. All of these are under the operational command of the 160th SOAR, and there are several of each in every single class. They even have some Reapers for reconnaissance capabilities for the air assault troops of whatever type that they're about to be bringing in. So it is a pretty interesting sort of a regiment, and we do know that they're currently in the United Kingdom.
How come they don't list the drone complement here? They have that one in the middle, but it's like, did we hear that they use like the RQ 170 or 180 or one or the other? They use one of those to go to Venezuela, but they're not listing any of those here.
I don't think those are like a permanent part of the 160th. I think the RQ 170s are a asset of an air squadron of the U.S. Air Force, and they were just attached to a task force that the 160th was in.
Interesting. Also, by the way, the RQ-180 I don't think has technically been released yet, so that they wouldn't have publicized that one. But the RQ-170, we know that one was used.
Yes, we do. And we also were able to confirm they're coming on in. So they're probably moving to the Middle East. For what reason? Who knows? Technically, they would be out of range of Tehran by just their fuel ability, so we don't really know what they're doing. But anyways, we have also been able to confirm that there are also other major developments, at least in the Western Atlantic, off the U.S. coast. The George H.W. Bush, which it was a very interesting carrier and character. I've actually heard, folks, rumor here is that whenever you are looking off into the sunset at the ocean, in the Western Atlantic right now, you can actually hear wafting off the waves, "Read my lips, no more taxes," and it's coming from the George H.W. Bush. It's actually a really interesting sort of phenomenon. You can also know that because whenever the aircraft carrier actually activates any of its air squadrons on deck and they launch them, and then they start dropping laser guided airstrikes on anything, you can also hear that same motto. Usually they're written on the JDAMs themselves. But it does seem as though a lot of people at the moment are talking about the developments that we have been able to hear about with this vessel, because it does appear that the USS Abraham Lincoln is well underway at this point to the Eastern Mediterranean, where it will be joining the CENTCOM Area of Responsibility to be able to conduct strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran, or at least conduct air defense over Israel once attacks are conducted in turn by the Iranians against Israel and also U.S. forces within the region. So it does appear that, at least at the moment, that is currently now an added asset to CENTCOM's area of responsibility. It'll get there in about a week and a half or 2 weeks, so it's not going to be there anytime soon, but it is now underway officially to the Middle East as of today. With that in mind, however, a lot of people are wondering if Iran was able to develop a nuclear weapon. I didn't include, I know what Matthew's putting up this poll for. I didn't include this one on the map today, because it was a statement that inspired this poll that was made by the Vice President of the United States. So I didn't include it because we'd have to show the clip of him going, "Well, obviously, Martha." So I didn't include it. But beyond that, though,
well, obviously, Martha. I mean, if you'd listen, Martha, and then he never says anything of substance. But
obviously,
yeah.
obviously, Martha, it would be terrible if one of our allies got a nuclear weapon. Imagine, like. But anyways, beyond that, a lot of people are wondering if Iran got a nuclear weapon, what in the world would be the biggest risk behind that happening? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so before everybody says it, I've already seen people saying it. I can also think of a million plus reasons that are not listed in this poll that would be a really big concern if Iran was able to finalize development of a nuke. So there's a million reasons, but which one out of the poll options do you think is the biggest concern of them all? So 34% said the biggest concern is Iran trying to hold the West hostage with that new nuke that they would develop, while 33% said the biggest concern is Iran trying to destroy Israel, and 28% said the biggest concern is nuclear proliferation in the Middle East. And I would say, out of all these options here, I would say the least concerning one of the bunch is nuclear proliferation. Because the big one that matters is Iran being a rogue state that is theologically extremist. That is the worst possible country that can get their hands on a nuclear weapon. Because would you, naturally, would you just hand over the world's most deadly weapon to a regime that literally wipe its own people out? Absolutely not. So why would you not do that? Because you don't want yourself to get wiped out too. Because if they're willing to wipe their own people out, they're definitely willing to wipe us out. So that's the huge concern. Today, we heard one American official who happens to be in the executive branch come out and say a statement that he believes that nuclear proliferation is one of the bigger concerns. And I would say that's a bit silly to focus on that, because if Iran has a nuke, we're in deep trouble. It's my personal position that the U.S. should do whatever in its power at all costs to stop Iran from getting a nuke. It's that important. It's an existential crisis for the United States to prevent that state from actually developing a nuclear weapon. So whatever we got to do to finish it and stop it, we should do it, and do it now instead of waiting until later, until it turns into an absolute disaster. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that nuclear proliferation, I've just got to say, I like speaking directly about what the poll is about, because we might as well bring it up. The Vice President of the United States said today in an interview, because the interviewer asked him, what in the world would be the biggest risk of Iran getting a nuclear weapon? instead of saying the risk that is posed to millions of Americans about getting killed in a nuclear hellfire that the Iranians could exact on us at any day at that point, instead of saying that, it was the fact that Saudi Arabia might also develop a nuclear weapon, which, God forbid, if one of our major allies in the Middle East develops a nuclear weapon, that would really be the doomsday scenario there. And that was probably the goofiest analysis that you could have made over this. And I mean, there are a million good reasons that you could give for the Iranian, well, not really a million, there's really just a small handful, but absolutely great reasons that you could give for the Iranians not developing a nuclear weapon. But saying that the number one priority is making sure that Saudi Arabia won't also develop a nuclear weapon basically downplays all of the other important ones. And I'll tell you what I think is the most important things here about this. One, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, that means that any millions of y'all who are watching or not watching right now could die at any minute because the Iranians could fire that at us and kill any number of us here in the United States of America. That is the biggest threat that the Iranians have with a nuclear weapon. And it's more so the threat of that that's the issue. The Iranians would most likely not ever fire off that nuclear weapon. They are a highly unstable country, so the odds of that happening are far higher than other countries, even more so than North Korea. But at the same time, that is the biggest risk, is the fact that they could threaten nuclear hellfire on millions of Americans at that point, and the number would only increase with every warhead that they add to their arsenal every single year, and the additional ICBMs that they produce every year to the United States of America. That is the biggest risk that is seen right now, is the national security threat that is posed to the safety of the U.S. citizenry. And that is what we have said for years now is the high priority of denuclearizing Iran. The second one is that they would be destabilizing our security assurance sphere in the Middle East, because now they have a nuclear hammer to threaten all of our allies with in the Middle East every day of the week. I would say that a lot of people say it's scary because the Iranians could nuke Israel, but the truth of the matter is that Israel is only one of multiple partners that we have in the Middle East. That's not really the high priority to me. The high priority is they could threaten to nuke anyone in the Middle East, and they could also threaten to nuke the major oil producers like Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and so on. And those would be major issues for the United States if they did something like that, because then we could see that Iran, by using that nuclear leverage, could completely threaten our security assurance sphere and basically turn the Middle East towards China in the fear that they might get nuked if they don't do otherwise. That's an incredibly major national security concern.
Right. And also, by the way, like for the people, like for example, the vice president suggested that if Saudi Arabia would have a nuke like the day after that Iran got a nuke, why are we so concerned about Saudi Arabia getting nukes? Like, granted, I don't want to see Saudi Arabia get nuclear weapons, but why are we so concerned about that? Like, why is that the bigger concern out of all the, millions of concerns that we could have? Because didn't we just approve a massive sale of F-35s to Saudi Arabia? Didn't we?
Yeah, I believe we did.
Yeah, so it's like, so why, if we don't trust Saudi Arabia that much, then why are we selling them F-35s, one of our most advanced jets, if we don't trust them that much? We're like, oh man, the biggest concern is we can't let Saudi Arabia get a nuke. Well, it's like, so apparently it's more concerning to you that Saudi Arabia might get a nuke than Iran getting one. It's like, and that's not the biggest concern, I would say.
Also, on top of that, that's completely down. Like that statement, folks, makes it sound like Saudi Arabia is a bigger enemy of the United States than Iran is. It's like, oh, God forbid, if Iran. I mean, that's just a stepping stone. Imagine if these far worse people, the Saudis, who we sell weapons to, get a nuke. Oh, God forbid. Like that is actually pretty goofy. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the worst analysis that I could have ever heard. And not only that, I don't really understand, once again, folks, how in the world that trumps the threat that would be posed by the Iranians hovering nuclear warheads over millions of people in America and threatening them with death on the daily. Like, I don't really know how that's overweighing that as a security concern. I feel like that would be the best metric to go with, because I think that that's really the biggest threat. Because if you were to tell me, what do I consider more concerning? The Iranians threatening to nuke me personally, or the fact that some other country after them might get a nuclear weapon, I would say, well, generally, I find the fact that they might nuke me to be a bigger threat than someone else getting a nuclear weapon at this point. And that's really the reason why we should be getting in there and dealing with this. And also on top of that, the other thing is that it's not even up to debate whether we want to stop nuclear proliferation or not. It is by treaty not allowed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty that we are a signing member of allows a handful of countries to possess and operate nuclear weaponry. That would be the United States of America, the United Kingdom, France, Russia, China, India, Pakistan, and South Africa. Those are the only countries that have ever been historically allowed by the Non-Proliferation Treaty to possess nuclear weaponry. And there's only been one country to completely denuclearize, which is South Africa, meaning that everyone else that I just mentioned on that list, except for South Africa, are the only countries allowed by that treaty to possess a nuclear weapon. It is international law and is our duty, for our national security purposes, the safety of the citizenry, and to enforce international treaty that we are a signing member of, that the Iranians do not get a nuclear weapon. So it's not even up for debate, that topic. It is a major national security threat and a violation of international treaty. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least on that topic, because I think those should be some of our top running priorities, more so than the fact that, God forbid, someone else could get a nuke. There's really more important topics than that at stake here, like the lives of millions of Americans. But moving on from that, we are going to be moving on down and into another bit of news that we have been able to hear within the area. It appears that after the Israelis said a week and a half ago that they weren't ready to bomb Iran and they needed a lot of time, now the Israelis are raring to go, now that they see that peace talks might be on the table. They have stated that there is a high chance of an attack on Iran after the talks with the U.S. collapsed today, and we've also heard that the Israelis are so raring to go behind the scenes now that the United States had to ask Israel to refrain from attacking Iran while negotiations are still attempted and ongoing, at least for now.
Man, Israel's doing that routine. You know how like police investigators or like the detective, they'll bring someone in that they're going to interrogate, and they'll have like somebody playing the bad cop and the good cop. Israel is taking on the bad cop role. They're saying, "Let me at him, let me at him," and the United States said, "Whoa, whoa, easy, buddy, easy. Don't get him yet. We gotta talk first. Take it easy." It's like I'm not sure if anybody's falling for that. Like the Iranians are goofy. Obviously, the government's crazy, but I'm not sure they're falling for that. They'd have to be Looney Tunes stupid to fall for something like that.
Man, I can imagine the U.S. Diplomatic team having Netanyahu outside of the negotiating room on a leash, frothing them out, and then they close the door. Oh, God forbid he comes at you. I mean, he's really angry right now. Maybe we should talk this thing down. They're probably going to do something like that. Man, you're going to just hear outside the door while they're doing that. Are you regulated? Are you regulated? Do you like Burger King? Leper, playground. all that stuff. But anyways, beyond that, it does seem that, at least at the moment, the Israelis are now playing bad cop while we're playing good cop. That'll probably change here soon. We'll both play bad cop and beat up the Iranians a little bit. But for now, that's generally the running strategy between Israel and the United States, at least at the moment. We also were able to see that there was some limited U.S. Air Force activity over the Euphrates in Syria today, including this clip right here, if I can get on full screen. That's an A-10 Warthog. Look at it go. Beautiful.
It still works in this region. Look at that. It's still relevant here. Only in the Middle East.
Man, only in Syria. Everyone on the ground. Aloha, snack bud! Man, like as they watch it fly over. I tell you, man, Syria is a magical place. But anyways, beyond that, that is generally all of our Middle Eastern news that we have at the... Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot this one. Really big topic. The Iranians are trying to get their proxy forces involved in fighting against the United States and the Western security assurance sphere within the Middle East, because we did get to hear today that the Houthis are planning on restarting attacks on U.S. ships and also general shipping in the Red Sea area if the U.S. strikes Iran. So it seems that they're trying to get the Houthis involved, so that way they can try and start causing some issues for global supply routes near the area of the Suez.
Damn. I thought they were having some troubles, by the way, from Saudi Arabia. I thought they were having a little bit of a squabble.
You know, I remember the last time, Matthew, that we heard about the Houthis. I heard they were getting their ass beat by a couple of airstrikes by the Saudi Air Force. I'm wondering, how are they faring these days? I'd have to say by the looks of this RPG that now looks almost to be stainless steel, I don't think they're doing too well.
Yeah, I don't think they're doing too well either. And also, like Tibby River just said in the live chat there, geniuses. These guys are top tier dumb. Now, you have to be pretty stupid to join a proxy group, by the way, because your chances of survival are slim to none. Like you're pretty much cooked like the moment you join the thing. But they literally have like an aircraft carrier sitting right there. Like it's literally sitting right there. You couldn't have picked a worse time to rear your head back up and say, "Oh, we're going to start getting ships." It's like, well, you probably get a ship maybe, but you're also going to get like a ton of aircraft coming over your head looking for you. Not just the Saudis. You're going to see the U.S. showing up too.
You know, Matthew, the Houthis have about as much a chance as hanging on if they tried to do anything as this guy's hairline does.
That guy's hairline there, I'm not even sure if a transplant's going to fix that.
I've actually heard, Matthew, that those Islamic death prayers that the Iranians were talking about yesterday have been said over this guy's hairline because it's well past dead at this point. I mean, it's just basically hanging on. They haven't heard of Bosley or Turkish hair implants yet in Western Yemen. We'll give them a couple of more years. They might hear about it. And the next time y'all see this guy, he might have a scalp all the way down to his eyebrows. That happens
Yeah.
sometimes.
You do have to admit, though, I'm kind of surprised because usually you see like a really bad like series of videos coming out from these proxy groups because they're obviously just ragtag forces. They don't know what they're doing. But I will admit, this one guy right here actually has trigger discipline. Look how he has his finger resting on the trigger guard right there. That's actually pretty top-notch trigger discipline, especially for a proxy group.
I'm not going to lie, man. After social media became really popular, I've noticed that basically every group in the world has gotten trigger discipline overnight, basically, because everyone got clowned on for not having it. So I guess they did pay attention to that little fact and fix that. Because even the Taliban has trigger discipline now, and that's kind of wild.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, really.
But moving on from that, folks, because we do know that while the Houthis are basically a reign of terror within Western Yemen, we do know that they do put safety first, at least with trigger discipline. That's something. But moving on out of the Middle East, that is our last major development out of the area. But it's time for us to move on, folks, and on into greater pastures. Those that we find outside of the Middle East, like Europa, America, Asia, those sorts of places. But before we get to those places, I do want to make sure, my great folks, that I thank you all so far for watching tonight. We've had a peak viewership of 15.4 thousand people here tonight, and 75,000 people have watched the stream in the first hour and 5 minutes. And we thank y'all greatly for watching so far. We hope that y'all have enjoyed our news coverage of the Middle East. We still have a lot to go. We're actually about to get up into Europe and cover the major seizure of a generally Russian crewed ship that is believed to be violating sanctions, or alleged to be, at least by Estonian authorities at the moment. We're about to be getting into that big news here in a second. But before we do, I do want to get a couple of questions from the chat before we move on into that. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so jumping into our first 3 super chats of the stream, we have a very generous $100 super chat from none other than ARP Bob. And thank you very much, Bob, for that massive support right there. The largest super chat of the night, and we do appreciate that. Very generous. $100 support. He said, "Good evening, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt. Praying for freedom in Iran, freedom in Venezuela, and a free independent Ukraine. Slava Ukraine. Long live the Lee Spring Army."
And long live the Lee Spring Army, ARP Bob. And we are hoping for the same thing as well. We are hoping that the revolutionary ideas of democratic liberties and freedoms are spread throughout the world, as it always has been by the United States of America. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling, and we wouldn't be able to support American and Western interest every day of the week, through and through. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And of course, we thank you massively for supporting this channel and helping it to keep rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, ARP Bob, and everyone else who went out of their way to support this channel, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. This live stream runs ad-free and sponsor-free every single night of every single 6-day week, of at least for streaming purposes, of every single year. And we've been able to do that thanks to folks like you supporting this channel. And we've always got to thank you massively, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to have the ability to do this as our full-time job and cover this news. And a lot of people wouldn't have a news channel to call home. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, since ARP Bob mentioned it, he said praying for freedom in Iran. I would like to see freedom in Iran. Hopefully it comes around for them. But I do want to point something out real quick, because the hypocrisy absolutely, and also the irony behind it, absolutely eats me alive at this point. There was a statement made in that same interview with the vice president today, where he actually made a statement saying something along the lines of he would like to see, in a perfect world, a bunch of freedom-loving Iranians taking their own country and having a government that's much more friendly to the United States. And then he proceeded to kind of like gloss over it a little bit. Like it was just kind of like a side note. Like, it would be great if they could. But he's totally ignoring the fact that literally his boss said around January, like early January, that help was on its way. And he told the protesters to keep protesting in the streets as they were getting chopped down by Iranian machine guns. So, he forgot about that part. A little bit hypocritical, I would say. We even have that post, Enforcer, there on our Twitter page, actually, because I actually had to go back and grab it to make sure I had my dates correct on that whole thing there. That post went out around January 13th. or so about the help on the way, and we have still not seen any help, and it's now February the 4th at this point. So that's a little bit ironic.
Let's see here. So what this says, I just want to make sure to read it. Here comes the mail. I'm sure we're going to be getting plenty of mail over this one. You just hate the president, don't you? No, but we hold people to their word. Like if someone says something, we're going to hold them to it. You might have no spine, we don't. But beyond that, the president said, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions. That statement right there is basically inciting them into an uprising. Save the names of the killers and the abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on the way. Make Iran great again. The President of the United States. That seems fairly direct to me. That seems as though help is on the way means that we were going to get directly involved. Because what other help would there be that would be on the way?
Yeah, I don't understand what else would be on the way. It's like also it's very hard to argue that help on the way means that help's going to arrive in mid-February because I mean it was becoming very obvious like back when we were covering that in mid-January, it was becoming very obvious that the Iranians had given the order to chop people down and obviously unarmed protesters, they can't fight against an army with machine guns. That's not going to work. So it was very obvious back then that help needed to arrive urgently, ASAP, to be able to actually save the protesters. And it's now, weeks later, and no help ever arrived for the protesters. So they essentially got chopped down. They listened to U.S. officials, and it ended up costing a ton of Iranians' lives by listening to that advice.
Yeah, I mean, what's actually kind of crazy about this is that Reza Pahlavi was telling everyone, get out in the streets, and then the president joined him, and then the president goaded, in some ways, Pahlavi to keep doing that by making his own statements to keep encouraging people to get out in the streets. And it's been a month now, almost, to this day, in about 3 or 4 days, it'll be a month to the day, that the Iranians killed about 30,000 people in less than a week. And they're still killing people right now. Like, just to make that clear. They are still executing people in the streets. Videos are still coming out of that. They're still running people over with armored cars. They're still summarily executing people that they imprisoned from about a month ago. All the killing is still happening right now inside of Iran. The number is increasing with each passing day. Not as high as it was. It's still increasing, though, by several hundred. And we told the Iranian people, help is on the way. Don't stop now and keep going out there and putting yourself in the line of rifle fire, because we will come and help you. We will avenge you, at least at a minimum. And now what do we hear? Yeah. It's dead silence. It's crickets. It's like we didn't even say any of this. It's like they didn't even go out there and die in the droves to try and see that America would come and help them.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I saw Oscar Mayer Russian say, but Matt, if we did airstrikes right away, it would have been a mistake because we weren't able to defend against how Iran's retaliation would have been, because it would have been very large. That's a true statement, but my issue is this. It's not the fact that we, didn't jump in immediately. It's the fact that we told the Iranian protesters to go out there and keep protesting under the promise that help was on its way. That's where I take issue. I will agree with Oscar Mayer Russian. I think it would have been a bad idea to jump in immediately because Iran would have likely overwhelmed Israel and they would have likely overwhelmed our U.S. bases in the region. But we should not have told the protesters to go out there and lay their lives down if help was not going to actually be on the way. We should have just remain quiet on it and simply watch from the sidelines and let the thing play out. I mean, there wouldn't be any complaints to be had if that promise wasn't made.
And also another thing that I have to say, folks, that is very important to think about here is that it's really not good optics to have someone encouraging people to go out in the streets, because when this post was made, which was on the 13th of January, the massacres had been going on for 4 days at this point, so well over 10,000 people were dead by this point that this post was made. And realizing that our prior statements, which were made like, keep going out there and protesting. If anything happens to any of y'all, we will help. And then it's 5 days into them all getting killed. We're still encouraging them to go out there, and we're still encouraging them to go rise up. And at this point in time, folks, not a single U.S. force had been moved into the area to even help them out at all. That decision was made about 5 days after this post came out. That's insane. Like, when you really think about that, and a lot of people have been saying, and this is another thing that I have to point out because we were beating them to the punch on this as well, when people are saying, well, there weren't any U.S. forces in the area, we stated way back on the 30th of December, before the new year even, we said, oh, that looks like that might actually be growing into something big. We might want to forget the whole Venezuela thing and start moving everybody over into CENTCOM right now, because it looks like we might need to get involved in an actual pressing situation, which is Iran, instead of the whole situation with Venezuela, which we basically manufactured into a big deal when we could have avoided that for a couple of years and then revisited it then, and everything would have been fine. So we were already saying that by about the time of, I believe, about the 4th of January. You can go back and look at our streams and listen to them, and we were saying, yeah, we need to start moving some forces in. This seems to be a big deal. And then when the massacre started, we said we need to be moving everything in that we can, and we need to start striking immediately. And while we were saying that, the U.S. administration was doing nothing. They literally just sat there and started watching people die in the thousands, a lot like we were from the clips that were coming out on Twitter. And instead of actually responding, they just kept telling people, knowing that they weren't going to be helping for weeks or months, keep going out there, keep getting shot. We'll come and help you. And just basically goading people into going out there and getting shot and killed, basically, without any attempt at trying to help them.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Moral of the story is this: don't make promises that you don't intend on fulfilling, or don't make promises that you really can't fulfill until you move assets into the region. Either way you look at it, it's not good either way you look at it. So that's the word of the day, the moral of the day, especially when people's lives are on the line. You got to be extra careful with stuff like that. So it was careless, in my personal opinion. It was careless to say that. And, we won't ever know exactly how many lives extra it cost, because they were protesting anyway. So we don't know how many people stayed in the streets because of that statement or not. But I would assume that since the promise was made, that probably some people probably ran with that and probably stayed in the streets because of it.
I would have to say it's a tough situation that we watched happen. Not one that I was happy with at all. I also just saw someone try and make this political. Weren't you the guy who was all for U.S. invading Venezuela? Like, you can't really talk. I mean, like, I don't really think political people can talk sensibly. There you go. It looks like he's going. I don't really think political people can talk sensibly, because the Republicans say the liberals this and the liberals say the Republicans that. The reality of it is that y'all are both a bloodthirsty group of people who don't really know what you're all talking about. Because on one flip side, y'all act like it's wrong to go and do anything against Iran, but you're all for invading Venezuela when that was a hot topic, and then vice versa. Like, that doesn't really pan out too well in reality. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And Matthew, I believe that we are on to our last question of the segment, if I'm not mistaken.
So this is our second super chat of the segment. And this one goes to Damien McClay, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Damien, for that very generous 50. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, good evening, lads. Please take one from the chat.
And I would have to say, thank you so much for the support, and good evening to you. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. We thank you so much for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into that live chat question. What do we got, Matthew?
So the live chat goes to Da Bailey, who said, do you think they could in-air refuel from the Bush aircraft carrier from where it's at if they need to strike ASAP before it gets there?
No, they couldn't, because that would be an incredibly long flight duration. That would be about, right now from where they're at, that would be about an 11 or 12-hour flight one way, and then they have to conduct that back. In a fighter, that would be next to impossible, especially with a singular pilot. And all the aircraft on the carriers, like the FA-18 Super Hornets and the F-35s, every single one of those, they are generally single cockpit, unless if they're a Growler, and then a Growler has no offensive weaponry to conduct strikes with. So I would have to be a little bit honest that no, they would have to get on into the Eastern Mediterranean. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And before we move on to the last one, I saw someone say the Iranians were never promised anything. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I guess I'm mistaken. I guess all those direct statements to the president said that help is on the way, which sounds to me like a promise that the United States is going to intervene. I guess those were more so just sales talk and puffery, because we always like to gas people up to go and get mowed down by machine gun fire, just because that's, I guess, I don't know, entertaining. I don't know what it makes good TV, I guess.
If you take it at face value, I mean, if you want to be slimy or slippery or something, I mean, technically you could read a whole bunch of different meanings into that. Like for example, help is on the way. I mean, technically you could argue that that's just providing like moral support to the Iranians. You could argue anything if you want to be slippery about it. But I think most people looking at that are going to see help is on the way, and they're going to assume that means military support because it's coming from the United States. But I think most people understand that.
Let me check something really quickly there. I just want to check something here because I'm pretty sure that we had a lot of posts from Washington during that time. And let's see here. Let me check this one here. Oh yeah, here we go. This was cited by NBC. This was around the 14th of January. The U.S. president has told his national security team that he would want any U.S. military action in Iran to deliver a swift and decisive blow to the regime and not spark a sustained war that dragged on for weeks or months. So based off of that statement right there, it generally seemed that they were sizing up some form of military operation, considering that was in the midst of the massacre, to be able to strike the Iranians and make them pay for the deaths of the civilians that had been conducted. That generally would say that right there, and this was according to U.S. officials cited by NBC. Then if we move on to another marker here, let me go get another one here really quickly, because let's see here. Want to make sure that we can get a
Is that
direct
locked and loaded? Let's see, locked and loaded. Let's see. There was a statement where that was terminology was also used as well. Yeah, there it is right there. There it is. It was on January the 2nd. This one was posted by the White House. It said, if Iran shoots and eliminates peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to the matter. I just reposted that one, by the way. So there was a second statement which suggested that the United States was on the verge of going in. And obviously, we saw the people getting shot in the streets. So, I mean, Iran ended up killing the protesters, and we never saw anybody locked and loaded and going into Iran. We never saw that.
Yeah, and let me make sure that I reread this on air for all of you, since we now have this up on air. If Iran shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, I'm reading it word for word, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. The United States of America will come to their rescue is worded as a solid guarantee. That is a fact. That is not we might help them or we're thinking about it. That is we will help them from getting shot and killed. Which the only way that you can help people who are getting shot and killed, at least according to the additional part, is being locked and loaded and ready to go to war with Iran over that. That's generally what would be insinuated there. So generally, for people who are trying to do the whole run an interference deal, we were covering this when this all happened. So you're not really going to pull a fast one on us and make us go, oh, you're right. We never promised anything to these 30,000 people who were killed. No, we did. We generally promised that we were going to come in and help them out because they were getting shot and killed and it was wrong. And generally back then, the idea was that we were going to be going to war with Iran because they were conducting crimes against humanity. And then basically overnight, just about a week and a half ago, then the president just flipped the whole script from we're bombing Iran because of crimes against humanity to now we're going to bomb Iran because they're still developing a nuclear weapon, which the president himself stated last year after Midnight Hammer they weren't capable of doing because all of their nuclear facilities had been completely destroyed, which we could also go and pull up those tweets as well, considering that those were directly made, and he was also slamming world leaders for stating that their intelligence services were claiming that the nuclear facilities had not been completely destroyed. So it seems a little bit straightforward to me. Not political here, this is just literally what the guy said, and we're generally holding people up to their word here. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best that we can. And with that, I believe that we are on to our final question of the segment. And so what do we got, Matthew?
Yes. So the final one, the segment goes to none other than Mark Ead. And thank you very much, Mark, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that as well. And Mark said, greetings, enforcers and enforcerettes. Take it from the chat gentleman and LSA, New Zealand from the south.
Hey, and a big shout out to Marquis, New Zealand in the South. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I gotta thank you massively for being one of our New Zealand viewers and enjoying the channel so much that you help us to keep this thing running each and every day, and help us to be able to cover this news every single day. So a humongous, massive thanks to you so much once again. And of course, I thank you greatly for being a part of this LSA. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on.
Time to get our live chat question in honor of Mark Ead, by the way. And the live chat question goes to Patrick Chapdelaine, who said, is it possible that Iran could be close to being able to use a tactical nuke and use it against the fleet with the help of Chinese intel and satellite imagery?
I would say that's highly unlikely because generally, to conduct any sort of nuclear weapon strikes, you have to have a usable nuclear weapon, which requires that you conduct a nuclear weapons test to ensure that the weapon properly works and would not be a dud due to some sort of a miscalculation or improper assembly. And so, for that reason, the Iranians would have to conduct a nuclear test. If they conduct a nuclear test, they are going to announce that immediately because once they announce that, they are untouchable by conventional means. They would be considered to be a nuclear armed power. We really wouldn't know exactly how many nuclear warheads they have at that point, and any attack on them could result in a nuclear attack on a Middle Eastern ally. So, generally, they will not conduct a tactical nuclear strike on a carrier strike group or anywhere else in the region right now because, from what we understand, they do not have a nuclear weapon at the moment. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for sponsoring that live chat, Marquis, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of our news. And I have to say, before we move on, I do see a ton of points that people are bringing up that I gotta say are a little rough. Like I saw someone say, but did the president say word for word that he promised? No, but when you say something, you're generally making an assertion or a promise. Like if I sit here and tell y'all, we are going to cover the news the best we can, and then tomorrow we run a gaming stream, that's generally lying to y'all. That's not really fulfilling a guarantee or a promise or a factual statement, where an assertion where I said I was going to do something and then I do the complete opposite. That's really what's at play here. You don't have to have someone say that they promise because no politician on a campaign in the United States of America promises anything. They never go, I promise this, I promise that, so on and so forth. They say, I'm going to fix the economy, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. They never have to say promise. So, and yet people will sit there and say that they lied when they don't follow through on this stuff, although they technically never said, I promise word for word. So I think some people might be missing a bit of the boat there. We're just looking at things straight up, not putting any bias in it, and that's how it pans out. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move on and into Europa, because it is time for us to get to the big news that came out of the Gulf of Finland today. And we were able to hear that a Russian crewed ship, the Baltic Spirit, had been detained today by the Estonians. It was bound for St. Petersburg, and according to the head of the K Commando unit, which is the special forces of the Estonians, Marek As, he stated the following: the operation proceeded smoothly. K Commando's job in such situations is always to board the vessel and provide initial security so that other agencies, in this case the Tax and Customs Board, can initiate legal proceedings. Although the ship was heading to Russia, As denied any connection with sanctions violations or the so-called Shadow Fleet. We weren't talking about a vessel belonging to the Russian Federation Shadow Fleet. About this vessel, and this vessel is also not subject to European Union sanctions. For us, the essence of the operation was precisely the fact that smuggling was likely taking place. When asked whether the vessel would be searched for drugs, the head of the special unit replied that the exact circumstances would be clarified as the investigation progressed. The 188-meter-long cargo vessel remains at anchor for now, but will later be sent to a port for a more thorough inspection. It's important to remember that this is a fairly large vessel carrying a large number of containers, each of which needs to be inspected. So the work continues. We actually did get a little bit of additional info on this vessel today, which Matthew reposted right before the show. This is the actual ship that was stopped. It appears to be some sort of a cargo, what we would call an intermodal container ship, carrying a large amount of shipping containers. And we can also see the K Commando unit making it on board the ship and also seizing it generally and putting it into Estonian custody temporarily while inspections are made of the cargo to see if any contraband or any sort of sanctioned cargo is on board. There was a similar...
That's a pretty brave thing to do, actually, because, Estonia being one of the hot targets of Russia, and especially all the threats they keep making over and over, that's a pretty brave thing to do, because I think this is going to probably provoke some type of retaliation against Russia, because as far as we know, this is not actually a Russian vessel, but it had Russian crew members allegedly on board, and it was en route to Russia. I think it was en route to St. Petersburg. So it seems to me that... I don't know. I would assume that Estonia must have had some type of evidence to do this because you're taking a bit of a risk by seizing this vessel or detaining it. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what their proof is. Because have they even shown the proof yet, or what they allege the vessel was carrying?
They say that they just apprehended it off of an allegation, generally, or a high suspected belief that it was carrying something.
Interesting. So I would assume they have to have some pretty good suspicion or something to do this, because if they don't, this is pretty shaky if they don't. So we'll have to find out. But I think Russia is going to do something, though, because Estonia seems to be an easy target for them.
Yeah, I would have to say it certainly does seem the case, but I would also have to say this is a very bold move by the Estonians to seize a ship that largely appears to be run by a majority Russian crew, which will most likely get some sort of a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry cooked up here soon. But moving on from that news up there in the Baltics, we are wondering what people are thinking right now about that detainment of that vessel. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So, what do you think about Estonia detaining this cargo ship? What's going to happen now? And it looks like 53% said Russia will simply issue a statement and that'll be the end of it. While 25% said Russia will retaliate for this, and 18% said Russia will totally ignore it. And I believe that Russia will retaliate. I think they will. They'll do something. They'll try to fly a drone toward Estonia. They'll try to threaten them. They'll certainly threaten them. That's almost a guarantee at this point. They'll bring out the bulldog for that. What to see. I think they will retaliate in some physical way, though, not just simply statements. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that Russia will most likely issue an official statement and then might follow along with having more of their border guards cross the border and wander around in Estonia for a minute like they did near Vastnarva a little while ago. They're probably going to do a combination of those two things, in my opinion. That seems to be a high likelihood. But moving on from that news in Estonia, we also have to move on into some news out of the very eastern areas of Russia. This is kind of like our Asian news segment tonight. In the town of Chita, which is in the middle of nowhere in Siberia, the combined heat and power plant exploded. It had nothing to do with Ukraine from what we know. It's just that the power plant suffered a critical failure and exploded. All of that white smoke that you are seeing is actually steam from the turbine hall, as the power plant is completely gone offline at this point, and it appears that the turbine has been critically damaged.
Там вообще жестко. Там все горит, там все моргает.
Bleh. But moving
They're going to
on,
have a bit of a smog problem out here, Bled. They're going to be breathing in the smog.
they definitely are. Also, by the way, we also get to see in Khabarovsk a very similar story that's going on. Now, looks like an interesting picture, something you would see in a liminal space game like the Backrooms. But let me tell you all what's going on here. In this
Is
town
this a
of
prison?
No, this is an apartment building.
Oh, damn. This looks like a prison. There's no windows or anything on that door.
Absolutely not. But I'm about to tell you something even crazier, Matthew. I'm about to tell you something crazier.
Fellas.
That water that's leaking out of that room, that's actually a pipe room in there. Kind of like a water closet sort of a deal, not really, but it's more so a room that that has the water pipes inside of it for the rest of the building. Now, this is in the basement. So that is drinking water, by the way, that's being carried in these pipes, not wastewater. So
It wasn't green then.
That's the thing. They burst, and the water is a dark green. Now that makes me wonder, are we spoiled in America? Because we always talk about we can't trust our tap water. This is what the tap water looks like in Russia. It's literally green. It's like green eggs and ham colored water.
Man, they could make that infamous Chinese sewer soup out of this right here. They could make a nice hot bowl of that sewer soup right there, literally on tap in your apartment.
Man, some Russian said, it smells like sewer soup. Man, it's like, bro, that'd be smelling delicious. But the water had built up so much in that room. In a second, the pressure's about to make the door burst almost off its hinges. Take a look. Also, by the way, when it does, it floods the hall like the movie Titanic. I mean, like, literally, it's insane. Any second now. There we go.
Oh, yeah, let it flow.
Oh,
my God. Ah, yes. I see you know you're drowning well. Good one, sir.
Man.
This is horrifying, actually. That would suck to be in this.
Now the water is poo-poo brown. Makes you wonder what's in the tap water. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Russia's got a rough situation. You know, they don't tell you all this in the propaganda reels. You know, they always tell you that America's falling apart. At least when the tap water comes out of a U.S. tap, it's clear. In Russia, it's green and brown. I don't trust that water. Never would in my life. But moving on out of that, though, the Russians are dealing with a whole bunch of infrastructure issues at the moment. You know, exploding power plants, bursting pipes, the whole 9 yards. But moving on out of that and getting all on into the U.S. of A., we do have one last deal out of Washington that we have to cover. U.S. diplomats in the middle of the day said that there is still nothing regarding negotiations with Iran, and the situation may change by the end of the day. That came out in the midst of them saying the talks are on and the talks are off. So we have no clue what's really going on at the moment. We're assuming the talks are still on right now. But there has been a million different statements out of the U.S. government today, so we have no clue what's really happening. So we'll be waiting for Friday and see what happens then. So now it's time for us to get on into Europe and talk about the actual European news. France has arrested 2 Chinese nationals today for allegedly conducting suspected military espionage. Authorities say they intercepted sensitive satellite data linked to government and military communications from an Airbnb setup. Wow.
Airbnb.
Man, like, man.
what was the point of specifying it was an Airbnb setup? It's like they didn't have nothing to do with it. They're catching strays out here.
Man, I gotta say, man, I would hate to be a Chinese national in France. You could just have the like the GIGN break down your door someday in your Airbnb and come get you. But I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of something that we believe the Chinese are doing here in the United States because they buy farmland in very near locations to strategic airfields and other locations that the U.S. military uses here in the States. And we think that they're setting up listening equipment on those properties because technically it's private property and you have to have some sort of a reasonable articulate suspicion to be able to go to a magistrate and get a search warrant to go search the properties. So they might be getting away with surveillance at the moment right now because of how U.S. laws work. And we think they were trying to do something like that in France, but something tipped them off. They probably intercepted their attempts to intercept satellite communications and then vectored it back to that Airbnb, and that's what led to the raid. So a little bit interesting with that one. Spying by the Russians and espionage by the Chinese.